What's going on? Today, perhaps tonight, what time is it? 10, 7:40. So we got a good 3.5 hours to work on this new project I've been theorizing, namely tamagotchi.nvim. I was actually studying, I think I was working on my OS. I was working on my, oh wait, I got food too. So I'm gonna eat this same Rito stuff as the last few days, but I finished my OS lab, low key kind of free. That's why it's lab 0, I guess. But I was working on that and came up with the idea for a NeoVim plugin called tamagotchi.nvim. And just imagine press like leader TG or something, and there's a new buffer overlay. Like, I mean, what is that one called? Kind of like fuzzy, something like this, where it's just an ASCII sprite of some sort with some sort of animation that has attributes like hunger, just like an OG Tamagotchi. Yeah, I have some in here, but and then imagine every time you save a file, it makes it happier, and every time you perhaps write a line, it makes it less hungry or something. I thought that would be kind of cool. And I've also been wanting to get better at some form of scripting language. I also just read it off my GitHub. Um, CSGT, previous gambling, Instagram Reels, Beetle Nut Addict, current gateware, bloatware, Counter-Strike Enjoyer, future cock, hard camel, tempo OS forker. It's kind of good, if you ask me. And then, yeah. So I'm going to get better at a scripting language. I really like the idea of having the embeddable, very easily embeddable Lua virtual machine. It's kind of dope. Though the one indexing is a sour taste, but it's really just a semantic thing. And I don't imagine you're actually raw indexing into an array often in a scripting language. But whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna watch this video on developing NeoVim plugins because there is like a pretty big Vim API. So shout out this dude. I think he's like an Elixir
This
head.
time we're going to go down the NeoVim Lua rabbit
Yeah,
hole and explore
casual Friday night
because I've recently got
dev.
really into NeoVim as my main editor, all because I saw someone at a conference using NeoVim as part of their talk. The talk wasn't on NeoVim, but they were looking for a file on their laptop and they opened up NeoVim and they did something like this. And the thing that caught my eye was not the file browser, but the speed with which they could preview the files as they flipped through. And I thought, that's cool. How on earth is Vim running that fast? I've never seen an editor preview files and syntax highlight them that quickly. What is this witchcraft? And it turns out it's a combination of NeoVim and Telescope, which is the file browsing window you're seeing. And Telescope's really easy to extend. So let's have some fun with that. The thing I want to do is write a Docker browser for NeoVim. And the great thing about this is not only is it fairly easy, because we can piggyback most of the code off of Telescope's code base, but it'll pretty much work for any command line tool that can spit out JSON. So you could reuse this recipe for all kinds of command browsery things. But Docker is the one we're going with today. I've got myself an empty directory, and we're going to set ourselves up for
Shout out
creating
Call
a
of Duty Black Ops
NeoVim
2, bro.
extension by saying, let's
Newtown
create a subdirectory
2025.
called Lua, subdirectory called
That's
Telescope
wild.
Docker, and inside that we will edit a file called init.lua. So the way you do a module in Lua NeoVim world is you create an object called M. It doesn't have to be called M, but by convention it's called M for module, and you return it. And then in the middle, your job is to stick, I don't know, interesting functions onto M. And then when they get returned, the user can invoke them. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. And then when that module gets returned, a user will be able to say something like m show docker images, and it will run. Let's just check that's going to work. So I'm going to print hello when you call that function. And I'm going to leave that in just for development time so that when I write this file and then source it, it will instantly run my one function and show that things are working as I'd hope. Okay, so all I have to do is write and source and I get to see my changes. That's going to quickly drive me insane. So before we get really stuck in, let me add a quick key binding. I'm going to map my local leader key followed by W to write this file, carriage return, source this file, carriage return. And with that, if I do leader W, it resources the whole thing and runs it. That's going to save me a lot of development time. Okay, that lets us get stuck in with actually writing a telescope plugin. So I'm going to start by importing the pickers from telescope.pickers. And if I change this function to create a new picker, I'm going to give it some configuration options, which we'll go into, and then I'm going to call find on that new object. And that will pop up a telescope picker with, hopefully, all the things I've configured inside. Great. How do I configure that? It takes two options. The first is when you invoke a function from Telescope, you get passed in some options. And you can look at them, decide what to do with them, play around with them, override them, etc., etc. And then you're expected to just pass them through once you're ready. We're not going to do anything with them in this video, so I'm just going to pass them through. And where it gets interesting for us is this second thing, which configures how our picker actually works. So a simple one would consist of a finder, something that finds the entries to display, and a sorter, which both sorts and filters them as the user types things to narrow down. Our sorter is actually pretty easy. The user's expected to pre-configure a sorter in their config when they first installed Telescope. And we're expected, unless we've got a really good reason, to just reuse that. So we want to have a look at the config and say, give me the generic sorter that they've set up, pass those options through, and that's a sorter happy. Where do we get the config from? We get it from telescope.config.values. And then a finder. The simplest possible finder, it comes from finders.newTable. And that also gets some configuration options. Let me import that. Finder. And a new table, you can just give it a table of things to display in the simplest possible case. So let's say yes, no, magic 8 ball, maybe, perhaps. That should work. And make sure I'm closing that off correctly. If I run that, what do I get? Yeah, there you go. That is your absolute bare bones Telescope plugin.
That's pretty good.
Cool. Okay, that is a basic Telescope setup.
I realize you could just extend Telescope.
Is at the moment I'm just dealing with a list of strings. I'd like to deal with something much richer that has metadata and individual fields. So instead of just calling new table with a list, I'm going to call it with an object that gets some results, like that. I'm going to change these results from a string to a more structured object. So let's say the name is that same string, and then there's a value which can be an array, something like that.
Okay, so this guy's definitely not new to NeoVim, he's just new to... Or he's not new to Vim, he's new to NeoVim. Not with that macro
because
or
if you've
command.
got something more complicated than a string, you need to teach Telescope how to display it as a string with something called an entry maker, which is a function which is going to take each individual entry in that list and display and return an object that teaches Telescope how to display it. So you get that entry and you say, what do I display? I'm going to display the entry.name. And the other thing you need is a sorting filtering key, which is often exactly the same as what the user sees displayed, but not always, as we will see later. For now, our sorting filtering key, called ordinal, will be exactly the same, entry.name. That looks right. Let's see if that works. Yeah. So far, doesn't look more interesting. But by the time we write the
But it is.
previewer for the right-hand side, you'll see that we're getting more structured data. So let's get stuck into that. I will import the previewers module from telescope.previewers. And then I'll go down there and add in a previewer, which comes from the previewers module, and it's a
I kind of forgot how easy it is just to
preview
get in a scripting language, just no types.
Is something that's going to
or
give me a temporary
at the very least
buffer
implied types.
to write some stuff to, and I'm going to write my interesting data to. How do you configure a new buffer previewer? The first thing, the easy
Just start
thing,
typing and stuff works.
And the title can be Docker images. Something like, no, it's an individual entry, so let's call it Docker image details. Right. And the second is you need a function which is called define preview. And that takes a self object and the individual entry from our results list. And it's this function's job to grab hold of the buffer that we've been given from our new buffer previewer and write something interesting into it. So let's start with the simplest possible case for that. We will call vim.api.nvim buff, there it is, buff set lines, with the buffer number, which from spelunking the code base, I found out is under self.state.buffner. Where do we want to write?
Nah, spelunking the code base is great verbiage.
0 and 0, so right at the top.
I'm gonna steal that.
Are we being lenient or strict about that range? I honestly don't care for this case, so we can say true or false. And then we need a list of lines to stick in. So, hello, everyone. Yeah, that'll do. Right. Hopefully, with a bit of luck, that will work. Yeah, hello everyone on the right there. Okay, so let's make this previewer a bit more fancy before we get into the actual Docker command, because I'm going to be glad I did by the time we get to the complexities of Docker's data structures. Instead of doing fixed characters, let's just preview that entry that we've got from the results list first. So if I call vim.inspect on that entry, I should get something interesting. Let me run that. Error. Replacement string item contains new lines. Yes. That's because vim inspect gives you a pretty printed version of the entry with new line characters in, and vim buff set lines doesn't like that. So I will need to call something like vim.split to split that up into individual lines, breaking on the new line character.
Vim.split?
Something like that.
I'm quite surprised
Kind of
that's a member of Vim.
Error. Cannot assign list of strings to string. Yes, okay, so vim split returns a list, and now I've got a nested list in here. So I could delete the outer list, but for now, I think I'll do vim table flatten. If I wrap that up, so that's going to flatten the list into a single list. And if I run that, yeah, okay, that's working. So I get the display, the index from the table, and the ordinal.
It's going to flatten the list into a single list.
You can see how we'd be able to generate some more structured data and display a preview of it.
Join, perhaps.
Before we move on, you may notice that we are missing, we've got the display, the index, and the ordinal, but we're missing this value array. That's because we should have added one more thing to our entry maker, which is something that passes the raw value across untouched, precisely for this reason, for the later viewing in the previewer. So I'm going to do that. I'm just going to pass an extra value, which is just the untouched entry. And if I rerun that, now I've got my value in there. And I could probably get rid of this outer stuff. Why don't I change the entry to entry.value? That's what I want. Okay, so I got some text and the data itself. Shall I do one more thing before we move on?
Go for it.
Yeah, I'm going to indulge in one more fun thing. I found this recently. So in previewers.utils, there is this very useful utility called highlight. So I do utils.highlighter. I call it with that same buffer number, and I tell it what file format I'd like my preview buffer to be.
That's kind of dope.
If I say markdown, and then I add in some markdown here. So triple back primes lure. And then
Do you just inherit
close
everything by
my
saying?
primes there? And if I've got that right, yeah, now we get syntax highlighting, and I can have a lot of fun with that once we start adding in the Docker details.
That's kind of crazy.
Right, time to deal with Docker. So instead of calling new table, which just creates a static table, we are going to do new async job. And that takes a slightly different set of options. Still takes the same entry maker, but instead of static results, you want to give it a command generator. And that is a function which is going to return the command line arguments you want. Easy. So we will return a list of arguments. Docker will have to be the first one, that's the command, followed by the flags, is it images? I think it is.
Yeah, that's
Format
what typically use.
JSON. Oop. Something like that. I'm missing out a comma.
All right, let me clean my stuff up. Sekundeczku. Ладно, да ладно. All right, one sec. Google. Oh no. Bro, every time I eat that, my room smells like freaking food for the next like 5 hours. Is that all I was gonna do? Что еще я хотел сделать? Забыл. Я был. All right, so the thing with this is this was quite tree sitter
No.
proprietary.
Hasn't worked yet. Doesn't surprise me. But you see, it's got 13 out of 13 displaying. So we've definitely got some.
Talking to
data coming
doctor, I
in.
don't care.
If I said ordinal was parse.repository.
That's a bit proprietary, so
parse
we're gonna dip out of that.
If I do
We're
that,
actually,
it looks exactly the same.
we're gonna hit this. We're gonna hit pin here. We're gonna go here. So what I have now is kind of some Jippity BS. Unsurprisingly, it doesn't work, but I kind of get the language at this point. So I'm just kind of hard, just delete the whole file. That's right, I haven't done it yet. So let's just go here. I'll just get into it. So my tactic is largely going to be look at other project, effectively copy paste until this works. So first what I need to do, I'm gonna go to my dot files. I think the last time I did this, I like exposed my IP and like 3 private keys and something else. So have fun trying to find that in the last 40 hours of streams, by the way. Because I don't think I deleted it either. You know what I'm saying? Alright, what was I finna do? I was finna to... Do I cooked? No, I'm gonna be cooked. Oh yeah. Config, nvim, init lua. Then you go here. Go in here, you make a new plugin. So you go, what is it? Dir is equal to home slash repos slash tamagotchi.nvim, I believe. So let's look that up. Lua local plugin, and then что-то такое. Давайте еще слышать музыку. Слышим музыку. Мексиканское пиво. Давайте здесь. Нет, первых. Ладно. Alright. I got using Lululemon. Okay. 0.5 is crazy. Okay. На русском есть. Работать с Лувневым. Ведение. Ведение. Я не понимаю русский язык. How is GitHub formatting the file types? What is that? What is that? I'm actually quite curious. Code? What would code of that? Oh, it's just an emoji. Oh, I'm cooked. No, I'm clapped. That kind of makes sense. That's kind of smart, though. I'm not going to pin this. Let's go here. Hit a shuffle, hit a pin, hit an X. Alright. I'm not trying to read a man page, bro. Alright. So back to the original problem. Lua, either way, NeoVim, Lua, local dev. You do like dir. So I think this is the thing the guy just said. Okay, let's just read this. The bare minimum. Probably look at Lua ref while I'm at it. Extension programming language to support procedural programming with data description facilities. Implemented as a library written in Clean C. That is a subset of ANSI C and C++. Has no notion of a main program. It only works embedded in a host client. Oh, the embedding program, or simply the host. That's kind of dope. That's kind of. Oh. Nah, I kind of mess with that actually. I didn't realize. Nah, that's actually kind of dope. I didn't realize that. That's a good idea. Lexis syntax semantics. What's the B? Am I too freaking Haskell pilled? That doesn't mean normal form. It doesn't mean normal form. It means Bacchus and noun form. So symbol, bind, expression. So is this is a list here? Wait, what? Brackets is optional. Oh, so I guess that's what BNF notation is. I'm cooked. Okay, my bad. I thought they were saying this is what it is in the actual syntax, but I think they're just using, when they talk about it outside of the syntax, they'll be using extended DNF notation. Okay. Escape strings, values, types, dynamically typed. Variables do not have types, only values do. There are no type definitions. All values carry the end. Yeah, okay. Variables do not have types, values do. No Boolean number, string, function, user data, thread, table. So no int, just double precision floating point. Dang, if I do Summer of Code, it'd be dope to work on Luigit. Okay, next question. Strings, array of cars, as they should be. Lua is 8-bit clean. So the user data is provided to allow arbitrary C data to be stored in, okay. It's got assignment and identity. So Lua has threads used to implement coroutines. Do not confuse them with OS threads. Coroutines on all systems, even those that don't support threads. So this is like IO shit. Associative arrays. So a map. Okay, it is a map. I was about to say, am I cooked? No, it is. Field name is an index. A.name is syntactic sugar for A. Optional name? Or is that indexing now? I think that looks like it's indexing. Though it could be, yeah. I couldn't tell you. Excuse me. Coercion? With a C? Am I cooked? Do I not? Dude, I don't think I know how to spell. I would have sweared I would have said this. Dang, I'm dumb. This guy's first language isn't even English and he's clapping me, bro. Maybe. Automatic conversion between string and number values at any time, any other rhetoric. String, so yeah, you have type conversion. Variables. Bind with double walrus notation. Globals of his fields in ordinary Lua tables. Called environment tables. Simply environments before the first assignment. It's no. Okay. Statements. You can. That's an imperative programming language. Unit of chunks. A unit of execution. A sequence of statements. Can be followed with a semicolon. No empty statements. Semi illegal. So you can use semicolons if desired. Like here. I guess it needs to be on a list there. Like here. But the LSP or the formatter just doesn't like it in general. I like it being optional. Being optional at a compiler level, and there's definitely good dev tools like the formatter to enforce one way or the other. I mess with it. Wait, I just messed up my. Did I just close out my Chrome? Just reordered everything. How did I do that? No, what did I press? What did I press? Okay. You got chunks. Blocks. List of statements. Assignment. Multiple assignment. C style. Pretty traditional control structures, at least in an imperative sense. For. What the heck? I'm gonna assume I know what for means. Dang, it is kind of nice being able to do something like this. Maybe I don't dislike using these kind of songs. Classic. Concatenation, 2 dots. Okay, that's interesting. And they're coercible. Length okay, I did not know. I would not have expected this. Length is denoted by the unary pound. I actually kind of like that. That sounds kind of intuitive, like the number. Kind of mess with that. Yeah, I was a bit curious as to tables. I came across them. Table constructors are expressions that create tables. Table constructors evaluated. Syntax as such. So this is like a table comprehension almost. Or not as much. It's a set of operations on it. The first one's G. This just implies putting it on there. X is so you're just you're slapping junk in it. Okay. I'm gonna just learn as I go, you know what I'm saying? I don't care to memorize it. From the command line. Has its own scope. Equals, quick equals, just prints something. Source for if something else. Include Lua code in a Vim script file when putting it in a here doc block. Excuse me, interesting. So that's not for plugins. That's for using them. Command, an arbitrary Vim command. You gotta escape the cars as you do. You can use the literal string with double brackets. They can be multiple lines. Global variables, buffer variables, window variables, tab page variables, predefined Vim variables, environment variables. That's notable. Options. What is the definition of options? An internal switch, an internal option again. So you can just set Vim stuff. Oh. You don't have to use the getters and setters, okay. Mappings. See, I'm not actually too interested there. So what's a good plugin just to look up? So what I have here is an M. I just got an M. Oh, so I still never got to the thing of local development NeoVim plugin. How do you source a local NeoVim plugin? One sec. Ja nie budu spać, ja nie budu spać. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I know that's so annoying. If I was listening to someone and they were humming, I'd probably just close the tab. Nothing more violent than that, certainly. Config equals true. What does that do? Is trailing comma style or no? Yes, okay. Thank God. So this, I'm not too certain what that does. But let's see. We can make a detail with nvim. Setup doesn't exist, so you need a function called setup of yours. So I feel like the best way to look at this is just to consider a plugin. What's a plugin that I use? I use a plugin. What's a plugin that has a buffer that shows on the screen? Toggle term. Probably look at toggle term. I don't even use toggle term. Itchy. Just copy this kid's setup. Can't hurt anything. Style Lua. Not Tommel. Respect Fusion Tommel. Calm width, I'm usually more than 80 person. Indent type spaces. Yeah. Auto prefer double indeed. Indent width, I go for collapsible statement. Always. Let's see what that does. I'm not really immediately certain. He's got a Lua RC.json. I'm gonna ignore that for now. We can add a .git ignore in here. So I guess you don't really build stuff, you just run stuff. So we got some type annotations. So where's his setup? What is he doing in setup? m.setup. So you need a function in your init. But this isn't in as a init. How old is this? Three weeks old, though it was a Vimdoc build, so nothing crazy. That hasn't changed. I don't think. NeoVim Lua plugin structure. Huh?
to another video about NeoVim and extending its functionality. So when do we remote plugins are quite interesting. I just want to mention them briefly. They essentially allow you to use RPC, remote procedure call, plugins that manage other plugins. That's their goal. And why do we need them? We need them most of all for time when I was semantic version 12. Part is really to use a
License init.lua. You got a doc auto-generated by CI? Scheisse! I can get behind that. Bro, send my link, bro. NVIM dev. Plugin. Show it. Python 3. Yeah. Yucky. Dude, shout out Pandoc. Shout out Pandoc, bro. This girl's goated. This woman's goated. This lady's freaking goated. She grinded on this back in the day. Claire Macare. Huh? Yeah, I should have went to PRs. Okay, she did a lot of work. What am I doing? Dang, oh my god. That was 10 years ago. I wish I'd been writing. Haskell 10 years ago. Yeah, this girl works on Obsidian. Worked. She has a plugin. She maintains an Obsidian plugin. I sponsored her for like 2 weeks. What's her plugin called? Forget. Shout out Pandoc. I was talking to a guy. He said he was trying to trying to work a bit on Pandoc, but just understanding how to read anything takes like 40 hours. Because it's a large Haskell project. Yeah, that's kind of dope. CSV to Beamer, HTML to IPy notebook, and PDF to ZimWiki. That's crazy. That's kind of dope. That's actually wild. John McFarlane. Wait, who is that? Definitely recognize that, certainly. John. No. He doesn't even study computer science. And he has one of the largest open source Haskell projects. Ain't no way. Dude, this guy's crazy. How are you a philosophy professor? How are you programming this much? Bro, how are you programming this much? This is insane. This guy's crazy, dude. He doesn't even study computer science. This guy's wild. Yeah, bro does nothing to do with freaking programming. That he's a better programmer than all the programmers I know. It's freaking wild, dude. Oh, the flashbang just murdered me on that. That's crazy. This guy's insane. This guy's freaking crazy, dude. Okay. That's wild. Oh my gosh. Man, they use Pandoc to Vimdoc. That's awesome. Alright, I don't care about the auto documentation. This doesn't do any of this. Fine. Ubuntu latest, Johnny Morgan's, secrets like GitHub token, style Lua lint. Yeah, that's probably for the best. Pandoc to Vimdoc. Let's just blindly copy this. Shout out for using NVIM slides. That's how you know somebody's a sweat, by the way. What is it? .ci? Or no, .github workflows. .github/workflows slash ci.yml. So that void ci, lowercase c in my opinion. On push. Yes, hard push. Oh wait, I just saw another thing from KD Heatpack or something. Like a pro or something. Not generated. So I'll just trust that. It doesn't look too sus. It doesn't look sus at all. Busted to run the test. Okay.
GitHub template. So you can see here in this repository, there's quite a few of those templates.
Yeah, what else you
I
got?
like this one the most. So you have this NVIM plugin template. It's an actual GitHub template. So if you click use this template, you can create your own repository out of it.
Yeah, it's a bit late for
You
that.
can also clone it. It works quite well. So what is inside of this template? We will see this in a moment in action. But what it does, which is quite useful, it does the rename action for you. And it also gives you a CI workflow, which is the most important part for the plugin deployment and distribution. This is obviously specific to GitHub. I would imagine this is not that hard to develop in GitLab, or maybe use something like Dagger. But for now, I'm assuming that you would develop your plugins in GitHub. And you can, of course, read through those. What it will do at the end, it will deploy your plugin, it will create its documentation automatically using Vimdoc.
How does this a file here?
Make it ready. So that's quite nice.
Oh,
Let's see
okay,
it
that makes
next.
sense.
So here, let's go to temp directory, and we are going to actually clone this instead of making a template out of it. So just copy this and do like git clone. So nvim plugin template, we are in this directory, and you can see, make it a little bit bigger. You can see might be
balloon. That's safe. Yeah, there's no no config, sadly.
something to raise an issue about. But if you
You
look
copy
at
this one.
the repository, now we have changed its
Oh
name
wait,
from nvim
I'm
plugin
actually
template to our
clapped.
name, which is test plugin.
I'm actually so
We've
dumb.
deleted this documentation and again renamed it, and it all performed this renaming operations. You can
Such a
see
dumb
this
just
plugin,
copy
plugin.
paste spammer.
So
It's
this is
embarrassing.
our plugin.
That's so dumb.
Right here. You can see
That's
this
really
just
dumb.
returns a function, and that's it. There's nothing crazy here. We can put our code in this plugin. So that would be your first step. So you have this skeleton, you have README, you have CI set up, and you can start working on developing your code. So let us change this. So what are all the files here? So this is an example of one of my plugins called Typeit.
Type it. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. No. Buddy's 21 years old and doesn't know how to eat without spilling junk in his pants. Give this kid a bit, bro. Shout out these pistachio fat cakes. Boosted.
This document is generated by the plugin template, and it will be auto-generated in the CI. So it will be like created from your README file. You will create a Vim-like help. So then you can later do help and your plugin name, and users can see the help there.
Oh, okay, that's actually dope.
In this folder, Lua plugin name.
I didn't realize that.
Plugin logic here. And there's another folder called
That's
plugin,
very
where you
necessary.
put things like version info, user commands, auto commands, key bindings, anything you want to find there. So this is just those 2 files. You can of course keep adding more and building more modules and so on if your plugin is complicated, but that's the bare minimum that you need. And importantly, it has this plugin spec Lua. This is using something called Boosted, which is a NeoVim implementation of a popular Lua testing framework called Boosted or Busted. And it just helps you run your tests, which are important, right? So we've seen how to get started with a simple repository. We have it ready, and then we can start moving on. Now, what do we need inside of NeoVim? I want to preface that this is kind of optional to an extent. So nvim dab is a debug adapter protocol plugin that enables you to debug anything in NeoVim. In order to debug specifically Lua files, you need this one small step for Vimkind repository, which is a special adapter for the debugging. I will show this in action, but I want you not to be scared because it's quite a lot of moving parts. But if you want to debug, whether it's Lua or Go or anything else, this is generally how to do this in NeoVim. So we are going to, I'm going to show this to you, and you can kind of take this knowledge and also extrapolate to other kinds of programming languages. And of course, Boosted for testing. That's, I wouldn't say it's not optional. You definitely should use it. So let's see how we can actually run this debugging experience. So first of all, you can see here in this dab configuration Lua, this comes from the one small step for Vimkind plugin that tells what to do when you have a Lua file, how to attach a debugger to it.
I don't care about debuggers, bro.
Remote server. So
I'm a brute force debugger.
This guy here, we will work with it later. Copy the command here. So I'm just going to use the server started and port that you would step through.
Okay, wait, I actually needed to read that.
Empty the package table and then reload the module. I created a simple Lua snippet that essentially does this. So let's look at it.
I don't mind resetting the video though.
So what it is just an auto command. But what I
don't care about that.
It actually grabs. I'm just every time if I run it, you know, and just describe, open, and you can use.
All right, I might actually dare to use Jibbity. Will it be quicker? There's a bug in primary React. Oh, that's just some Copilot DS. Please exit. Okay, thank you. So I might just O1 mini. Spam. And just ask it to not be dumb. So, first off, so if I just nvim, this just runs, right? Lazy. What does this tell us? This is called tamagotchi. What does orange mean? What does the orange mean? It's the only one that's in that state. Probably because it's not doing anything. It's not yet loaded, but it's initialized. So we're gonna git add-a this, git commit-n, copy CI, remove all, remove previous setup. Sure. Seems good to me. Let's go here. The file does no longer exist. Sounds good. And so now we're doing CI. We're doing pandoc to vimdoc. We're doing run test on Ubuntu and Mac OS. Windows. Wait. That is true. How do you run tests on Windows? You gotta buy a Windows key every time you. How do you do it on Mac OS even? Makes no sense. Wait, yeah. How do you unit, or how do you CI test on Windows? That sounds kind of AIDS. That just sounds like shivering inducing. Oh, I didn't even think that was possible. Hey, I mean, I went to, that's all that matters. There's really 0 tests, so why did this fit? Huh? Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. With file does not exist. Huh? NVIM plugin template text. Alright, so we're good here. We'll probably need that still again, actually. NVIM dots. CI thing. With file. With file. Where is with file, bro? And NVIM plugin template.txt. Oh, it wants me to, okay, doc slash. Instead of NVIM plugin template, it should be called Tamagotchi. Okay. Add dash P. Fix CI. Currently CI maxing. It happens. Test didn't pass because there's no directory called test. So maybe I should have just, this is why you just do the template, honestly. This is why you just do the template now. Tash slash plugin spec.lua. Require what? Require tamagotchi.nvim. You know what I'm saying? Or we just Tamagotchi? Because it's looking in here for this, yeah. Dot example. So it's looking in there. Okay. So it's looking in here for a function called that, so okay. Problem is, where are we going to store the data for? So hopefully that was worth my time. The probability of that is probably low, but it happens to the best of us. So I do think we need a plugin just because it's not lazy loaded. Okay, so if it's not even Lua, bruh. Huh? What is that? Why is it a .vim? I did see that in another project. Dude, why is Vim script even a language, bro? Oh my god. Okay. So, okay, I mean, I don't really care that I don't know what that is. So here we have a setup function. Command Lua. So I don't think this carriage return is right. I was having problems with that before. And now let's make a window.lua. Let's copy paste this and see what we got here. So create floating window. Not too sure why this is nested in like that. And size, so width, columns 0.5, 0.3, scratch buffer. Okay, set up window options, minimal editor. There, create the floating window, and that just populates it perhaps. And we can test it. So I'll just use this certainly. D6 up. Why not? Undefined field buff. Window to open. It does not appear that returns buff. What do I have busted? Busted. So how does this work? You need Lua rocks. Let's get Lua rocks. Source /ZSHRC. Huh? That's a curious amount of dependencies. GCC. No such file or directory. What is that? Impossible. Busted. Okay, so inshallah this does something. So everything just shattered. Cannot find spec. So result was nil. That's rather unfortunate. Supposed to return a buff. So I'm not particularly convinced that I did anything wrong there. Rip. But let's see what happens when we run this. So let's go to lazy. Looking for orange. Where's the orange mood? Leader T G. Okay, we have a buffer. Bit of messages. Looks fine. Expected objects get the same. We passed in nil, and we got expected type table. That's certainly not the same. So yeah, let's see what it has to say about that, because it looks like this is indeed returning. Or does this need to say return create floating window? I think that was actually my own fault. Yeah, that was my own fault. Nah, I don't think that was my own fault. It caught on to it though, so it caught on. Leader TG, leader TG. So I'd like it to toggle the buffer. Buffer's still there. Alright, so that looks solid. Let's continue. Perhaps making the buffer toggle on TD or beginning the dev of the pet type, pet object, I believe. Just do one write test, move slow. So back to window, we have this open function. And so we want to actually persist the window a bit. So in here, we're going to do m.current. So you go to create floating window, return m.current, yeah. And we'll have a function m.close. Should be So this is a bit different for m.current. And so there is open. No, it's if there is valid. If vim.api.mvim win is valid. M.current, yeah. That win, so there's a win attribute. Then, and we're setting m.current and num. Okay, so it's just deleting it. vim.api.nvim win set closed, was it? No, just nvim win close. m.current.win the force is true, so we are forcing it to be closed. And we will have a function m.toggle here. If m.current and presumably this, then something else, and I believe m.close return nil, and here return m.open. Okay. Looks solid to me. And we're going to update the key binding here to, instead of open, call toggle. You know what I mean? And we're going to write another test. So go into test of the window module. Okay, so this is now a window. This is just completely overhauled here. So we've kind of pulled this into these two. Need check no. Does toggle return it in all cases? No. Toggle the first time. So yeah, you know it's not going to be no if it's the first time, but it's not really the best setup I've heard. Oh, it doesn't really know that. Let's try it. Okay. So it's kind of solid. Leader TG, leader TG, leader TG, leader TG. Okay. Looks good to me. Let's hit a git commit. Git add dash a. Git commit dash m. Term toggles with test. Looks solid to me. Let's go in here. Good work. Next feature, recall to move slow and test. Get a phone check. Compiler's project has a required amount of GitHub commits per person. That's not flawed in any capacity. Okay. All right, I'm gonna make a water real quick. Know what I mean? Find my slippers on the desk right quick. The classic first world problem. Yeah, we get some polymorphism on this color. Ладно. Shout out water, by the way. Kind of goated both. Eat that. So, see what you got today. Pet module. So, let's start out with a blind trust. So, local pet. Pet._index. Secret to pet. So, we're going to have a few questions. Questions. 1. What is __index? Frick. I was just trying to. It's index itself. Primarily used to control table lookups. For key. Dude, I need some lotion on my knuckles, dude. Dry ass. I had to grease up my keyboard too. Hell no. Eat a lot. All right. I'll leech them. If a key is not found in an instance of pet, should look it up in the pet table. When we call pet new, we create a new table O. We then set pet as the meta table of O. Because of the meta table, when we call it later call a method like pet get hunger, Lua doesn't find get hunger directly on the instance pet. Lua then checks for the meta table of pet for an index field, finds pet, and looks up get hunger in pet. So it's looking at the function. So the function is local to the table, not to the instance of the table. It allows multiple objects to share the same methods. And that's an interesting way to do that. I would not have considered that, but that's kind of cool. Okay. Function pet colon now. So as we said, we're taking an O. And what are we doing here? O equals O or the empty table. So it has a default in a sense. I should have waited to save. We're going to set meta table. O is pet. Okay. O dot hunger. Lewis semicolons or no? Why is it a bad habit? It just looks way better, dude. It's just a matter of taste. Like, I just find this to be more enjoyable. Perhaps not on the end of the function. But whatever, I'll oblige. Okay, I'm in some wrong mode there. O.hunger or 50, so this is how you implement defaults. O.happiness is equal to O.happiness, or I'm gonna start out at 100. I feel like why are we starting at 50, bro? Kind of sad. Return now. There should also be like an age would be cool. Okay, so let's do O.age is equal to 0. This would be dope if it was in like Unix milliseconds or just milliseconds in general. That would be kind of dope actually. Okay, we're definitely doing that. Function pet get hunger. So this is just a getter. Okay. I don't really know if I like that. You have to look in your meta table just to get the getter for what's already in your own table. Sounds. I don't know if that's a good pattern, honestly. Set hunger value and starting a math.max with a math.min. So we're just enforcing that it's in within 100. Okay. These are all internal though. And I'll just copy the same one. I'll just copy the rest of this. Satisfied largely. All right. Pretty standard. And let's write a test. So is this in the same file? This is in test pet. I'm curious if it renamed the other test file. Test window toggle is definitely better. I'm having fun with this. Kind of enjoying you writing you Lua right now, or perhaps copy pasting Lua right now. So local pet is equal to require pet. Yeah. Yeah. Tamagotchi.pet, of course. Following, we have local assert. So could you require Lua assert llama. So we do this describe thing. Pet. Let's call it pet object. Then you have test function. Function. Then here we have in like that. Yeah. And then so we're creating a local pet. Before each takes a function. Pet. So before each function. Okay, before each test, we do this. Kind of mess with that. This is nice. This describe for each it is dope. Should initialize with defaults. And default values, let's be maximally explicit. And this takes a function here. And assert the defaults that we previously mentioned. So this test is a bit derived. Like it's not my favorite test that I've done. Oh, I didn't set a get age. Let's go define a get age. And we're missing a comma. Why are we missing a comma? I don't think that's correct. What does it not like here? 50. Pet get hunger 50. I'm missing a parentheses. Parenthesis. Should allow updating hunger within bounds. So we'll have bounds here. So below min, above max, below min, above max. We can keep that. above max. Oh man. We can be 1 to 100 in typical Lua fashion. Okay, so we're gonna go and define get age. No go to no GD here. Do we get a GR? No GR, so we're going, okay, that's kind of annoying. Maybe because it's in a different scope entirely, but so we can just copy it, or it's effectively this. Hunger, happiness, age. Get age, return self.age. And set age value math. So it's just going to be the math.min, just asserting one negative of 0 in that value. Math.max, I mean. And we can consequently write a test for that. So let's copy this and duplicate it for age. Show updating age within bounds. Set it to 90, so set age to 90. Assert is 90. Above the max isn't a thing. But certainly is below the min. No match the pattern underscore spec. Instead, spec. They must end in spec. Hmm. Why must something end in spec? Failure message. No test files. Ooh, pattern spec. Busted dot. Busted test. Huh? Must they all end in test? Or in spec? End in. Must they all end in spec? I don't get it. Looks like they all end in spec. Why? What is that? They all end in spec. Okay. So that's a new one. Window toggle spec dollar. Yeah, that's a new one to me. 2 errors. Instead, test. So not okay one pet. So failure message. Attempt to device. So all of the pet spec didn't work. So can I get like a dash V? Attempt to index value pet and number value. That pet was a return. Oh, okay. There we go. So we still have one failure. It is expected passed in 0. Got 90. Get age. Nah, on new it should always be 0. Yeah, on new it should always be 0. You don't even need to pass in an age. Set age. Oh, the set age is editing hunger. I'm fucked. Okay, so maximum of 0 in the value. Set age of 90. Start age of 90. Get age. Get age. Return self.age. This isn't even talking about age here. Okay, I'm collapsed. Okay, so that's good. So get a dash a, get commit dash m, pet exist, bare bones pet exists, tested, push, back into it. Solid job. I also added a new field, o.age. It would be cool to track the age of each pet in milliseconds with the pets persisting over time. How can we do this? Write tests move slow. So this is kind of getting it. Maybe not the best sequence to write all the features in, but this is just cool. So let's return. Yeah, birth time is better. So you got hunger, meta table, birth time. I don't think you should be able to pass in a birth time. Yeah, I don't think you should be able to pass in a birth time. Yeah, so you don't even set the age, you just get the age. Perfect. This is clean. Dude, I kind of mess with Lua. Why am I actually enjoying using this? This is actually crazy. No, I mess with Lua heavy. Oh, so this is... That's a textbook VAP. What does this do? Initial age, pet get age. Birth time. You get a birth time minus a second. Pet type birth time. Can you just set pet type birth time like that? So set its birth time back a second. Then get the new age. New age. It's greater than or equal to. What does that do? No, that works. Wait, how does that work? Oh, okay, you simulate that it was created 1 second earlier. What is this? What does that do? Wait, what? What is that? You're just adding it back. Why would you do that? What is that, bro? That makes no sense. So I like that. To table. Save to a file path. File path, or vim fin data. Tamagotchi.json. Just send a code self to table, right? Okay. Just keep the comments. Okay, looks dope. So let's read this. Require Tamagotchi to reference Vim functions. Local Vim equals Vim. Okay. Is that just like not certain meaning that? Let's see. Pet persistence file path is the default one local pet. Before each, sure clean test file by deleting it. Okay. After each, clean up test file if it exists. Okay, so just some redundancy. Delete. Should save the pet state to a file. Pet save assert is true. File readable. Lines check that birth time exists in the save data. And I mean that's fine. You check nil. So let's play the test. Return no if no file save. That test file path is no. Okay, so oh, forgot that pet persistence spec x. That's how you do it. So one error on function load 46. 46. Didn't like this one. Can't open file. So, That's, dude, oh my god, this is dope. This works. Oh my god, actually here. So start with the setup function. Go here, pet. Or tamagotchi pet, local pet. Pet equals pattern now. So this might we can just do local pet is to go to pattern now. Stored in a global variable. Lua. Save the pet. Dude, that's crazy. Very good. One small change there is that pet.load panics instead. So is there just to expect panic or something? So I don't have to waste a terminal pet persistence spec. Assert.panic. Assert dot R no assert panic. Good so far. I'm actually pretty impressed with this. So pet.load. If the length of lines is 0, table can count lines. Wait, why does it panic again? Pet 45, read file path. Okay. So I didn't like that. First check if the file is readable. So after here, we go here. Lines. Read file path. Lines are 0, then your terminal end. Local content, tables and count lines. We're doing P call. That's P call. P call. Pause a function of protected mode. Okay, that's cool. Awesome. That's awesome. That's really good. I'm quite impressed. The speed at which you can move when you're writing something that's not very technically involved and just AI botting everything is freaking wild. I'm actually quite impressed. Goon cabinet caught on tape. Yeah, real. Actually real. Yeah, what's up? Not the goon cab, dude. Man, I got 2 views. I'm kind of going crazy, bro. I'm kind of going wild over here. Didn't even consider the fact that I'd have to chatter and never read chat. It's kind of dope. You know what I mean? Let me hit one of these. Hit a pop out chat. Hit a long line. Can you not make this any smaller? Oh, I always go 8x6. I didn't mean to make that smaller, Tipa. Then you hit one of these. Okay. There we go. Wait, let me hit a what am I trying to do? Oh, yeah, window capture. Chat. There you go. Right back to just jippeting this. So nice. Continue. So I'm already pretty satisfied. What's what the user config thing is like? All right. The keybind. Eventually can choose from a set of sprites, a set of pets, or define their own. We should also add sprites to the pet. Pet has different states based on its attributes, based on its hunger, happiness perhaps. Shows a different sprite. Ладно. Okay, so now we're making config. Давайте. And we have a local M. And a return M. Okay. Rip typing. Default, that looks chill. Though that's not exactly what I wanted. I wanted to be a bit more complex on that. But we can just go one by one. I don't mind too much. And yeah, setup. Oh, okay, so now setup's moved here. User config overrides defaults. So I think that means here. I didn't have a config or a setup. So this needs to call into. Yes, this needs to call into here. So setup takes a user config. This overwrites it here. So we're gonna do local config equals require tamagotchi.config. I think that's chill. It also wants window, local window was required. Tamagotchi.window. That's currently unused though. Yeah, currently unused. I'm just gonna keep it there. Like that. So yeah, that looks good to me. Oh no, okay, this is gonna be config values keybind DTE config.values.keybind. That's chill. Yeah, that looks good. Next, back to pet. Not pet spec, just default pet. So existing functions. And we have a get sprite. And here, so we're gonna locally require the value to be config. That's curious. Premature save. Hit a local sprites equals config sprites for convenience. And then we can have these states, yeah. Happy one. What is that? What is the ORing of the same thing in the sprite selection? Oh yeah, what the heck was that, bro? So I think better logic is to return neutral. In this case, invert this logic, do hungry. Just so else is the kind of unexceptional case. Better pattern in my opinion. So I think I missed over something else when writing that as well, namely the test, it appears, yeah. So let's go to config spec. So let's do a copy and read. Assert describe configuration. Should use default config, we know that you, so leader TG. And then when you put the config, so yeah, that looks quite free to me. Config spec, and we also have a pet sprite spec. Lua, okay. And so let's consider this. This is going to be very quickly overwritten. So before each setup sprites, so yeah, we just have a config. Should return happy sprite. Checks sprite as one of the happy sprites. So sprite this or sprite this. So yeah, I kind of removed the logic I was trying to say there, but that's all success, which is good for the most part. So let's change this. So that works so far. Distinct pet instances should have a name and a infinitely and an unbounded list of sprites for each of 3 states. We should have a paint function or similar that ticks, updates the buffer with the new sprite, and does what? That's it. The sprite. So we should have a default modular extensible set that's also allow users to add their own. Recall small stages. Test often. Good luck. Okay. Very impressed with GPT today, which is rare. I don't believe you're considering that a user will soon have multiple sprite pets at a time. It's insufficient to simply say sprites in the config. The data structure should more resemble a list of pets, which have more attributes. Just a list of pets. It's fine. Okay, so it seems to have caught on there and is acting accordingly. So in the defaults, we'll have some pets. Just entirely replace the slights, trailing comma, format, remove the J. So name Tamagotchi. Let's call him freaking. No, just call him Tamagotchi, okay. M values, M setup is unchanged. So this is quite applied, so we're removing that. Next, it wants to write a test already. Okay. Config multiple pet. So let's just extend this and put another describe. Keybind configuration. Configuration of multiple pets, setup, table, Tamagotchi, should allow user defined pets to override defaults. Spike, fluffy, okay. Config setup, okay. That looks good. So now it just wants to go straight into it. Okay, well. Now we don't need verbose mode. Well done. First change. User defined pets should append. Or not replace. Fix that quickly. Then let's get back to the window and paint the spreads. Also recall that we need to update replace get sprite to not just return one. But happy sprites, so one, whatever. To through these sprites while the window is open and the state is unchanged. Sounds good to me.
Was not the fun.
Ladna. So now we're implementing the appending logic, which involves going to setup and just copy pasting this. The one thing with this is that you can't just, if you want to get the inside of a function, you can't VI bracket. Excuse me. Deep extending default config. Deep extend. What is deep extend? Merges recursively to a more table. That's very convenient. Wow. And is there an ordering on which is preferred? Force. 2 1 2 to 2 2. From the rightmost map and the right. Wow, that's a great function. That'd be really annoying to have heard that. If it's partition man, send it to the list. Okay, trust. Process trusted. Now we're going back to pet. So determine state. Just a helper, yeah, I like having that. Determine state. All good with me. Then get sprite, state, determine state. Sprite list. And we are modding through. That is what I wanted there. We set sprite index if state is changed. Yes, please. Sprite list. Sprite of state or empty. If the length of sprite list is 0, then return. So yeah, that's just a. That's fine. Probably to do. Log this. I forgot this is not. To do log. Be logging eventually. And cycle to the next sprite. That's implied. Okay. And he thinks this just works automatically. It's quite false. But I think that's actually my own fault. Failure. So config spec. So it should have user pets. Okay. Please update the tests. So I'm not sure the best way I'd recopy this and add in the OG, so let's just get to it. So in test, pet sprite. So we're just gonna append this to pet sprite here. I think we need 4,000 files to do this. Let's blindly do this. Cycling a state reset. Before each function, we'll have happy 1, happy 2, hungry 1, hungry 2, neutral 1, neutral 2. So we're just defining that. I believe this will need to be a child of a pet, yeah? I don't think you can just join that upwards through the pet by default. We'll see. Should cycle through happy strides when happiness. Yeah, I think this is going to need to be in a pet. So do pet here. Oh my god, no. Pet here. Pet. Is it pet or pets? Config. It is defaults.pets. What am I doing, bro? What am I clicking? Holy shit. So what I wanted was pet sprite spec. I wanted pet. This is actually pets. Okay. Pet, new pet. Initialize what state to force reset. Okay. Cycle once an apping state. Okay, and then after state change, yeah, that sounds good. That sounds quite nice. So I don't think I realized that the other test failed. Even now, even more is failing. Okay. So let's consider the problem. That's implied. So first test that fails, the one that fails is config spec configuration multiple pets. So config spec here, configuration with multiple pets should allow user-defined pets over defaults fluffy spike. Yeah, so the one test I actually wanted updated didn't even change. That's kind of dope. So then we're just gonna go in here and paste. To do not redefine here. So I think, let's see if we're running into the problem. So that should be it. And here we have fluffy spike Tamagotchi. Here we have Tamagotchi fluffy spike. So the problem is it's ordering, but it's not too big of a deal. To do not redefine here. To do don't care about the ordering. Perhaps we should just alphabetize pets everywhere. That'll also just make it nicer for searching later. So I went from 1 fail to error to 5 error. So let's see what that error is. So the first one, attempted to index sprite indices, which is a nil value in pet 74. Pet 74. Sprite indices is null. So when it did that, did it change anything in pet? Does the last it does. It's only going to do one of them though. So you have sprite indices. You have self.last state. Just say it's neutral. Last state equals state, so state is determined state. Okay. So I want this logic back. Di here, Hungary. Di here, D neutral. Okay. Still an error. To index field sprites and null value. Dot sprites equals dot sprites or The sprites is null. I meant pets. You're not considering the presence of multiple pets. That's what it picked up on that as well. So this is after birth time. What the f? So none of them crashed. So of course I forgot about last state. It's currently done. So now we just have some test issues in pet sprite spec, all pet sprite spec. So to start, this makes no sense. This should be pet, this should be here, pets equals wrapper here. It's not perfect, but when you direct it, it knows what to do. As we'll see. This is where it gets, this is getting a little harder. But this is where its utility is actually, I'd say, large. See what it can do. Does well. All but one. Pet sprite cycling, so this is 114. Should reset sprite index on state change. Expected hungry 1, found neutral 1. Is this not the hungry state? Yeah, hunger 50 is the hungry state, bro. 80, last state, no. Cycle once, put you in the happy state, change state, lower happiness. Change state. Lower happiness to switch sprite set. After state change, sprite index from neutral should reset. Neutral sprite. Should reset to first sprite. Neutral 1. As opposed to neutral. Oh, okay. So that's something entirely different. Okay, so what does this state do? Should cycle through happy sprites when happiness is greater than 70. So this isn't true. Earth. Hunger. Inverse of hunger. Yeah, we're gonna use this. Did that do like the wide change that I wanted? We're gonna start them out at 80-80. We're gonna do 70-70. Satiety. It's less than 70. So we'll have more states soon. So we failed some tests now. Pet persistence 24. So I think the defaults are 80-80, and these aren't even. So percent S / hunger satiety. So now we gotta go in here. Hunger. Error on pet spec. back to pet. So now we're at pet persistent spec 24. Readable. So what are the defaults? Let's go 80 on the defaults just so it's happy, not hungry. Okay. Here, we're going 80. In pet spec. Nine. Should initialize with default values. So yeah, these are 80 now. And then pet sprite spec Lua 55. Yeah, so I'm gonna do the hungry sprite. This is sushi. New with 80 happiness, 50 satiety. Is it not hungry? Satiety 50. Let's go to the, so that's gonna be in pet. Sprite. Get sprite. If satiety is less than 70, you're hungry. Yet here. Satiety 50. New pet. Satiety equals satiety or 80. It's 50. Put in the sprites. Get the sprite. It's not one of them. It's happy. Why is it happy? Pet satiety is less than 70. She does return hungry. If not last state. if not last state, or self.y state is not equal to state. So if it's the first thing, yeah, it thinks the state is happy for some reason. Oh, wait, my logic is dumb. I'm really dumb. If happiness. So hunger is more important. So first, if this. So if dot satiety. Okay, yeah, so then this. So then that just broke the happiness one. Hungry, happier. Okay. So there we go. Satisfied there. All right, so it's looking a lot better now. Curious how CI will like this. One sec. Oof. Doc tamagotchi.txt no such directory. So not deterministic? Let's go ahead and just sort it. That's not necessary. So why are we combining the table? Because we're hijacking it in a sense. So it's going to alphabetize it. So if we imagine him putting Spike first, then it's going to be Fluffy. Spike Tamagotchi. So it doesn't, this doesn't consider that native equals false. Great. So we did nativeness sorting. That should work well because it also added the dock thing, so it shouldn't whine. Bro. Huh? No tagging message to specify. I didn't permit the bot. Workflow read and write permissions. Settings. Actions, general. Read and write permissions. So why didn't test work? The file one. Hmm. Huh. Yeah. Hmm. It's gonna need to install NeoVim. How is this free? Style Pandoc. Then install. So this one's run test on Matrix OS. And then check out actions 3. Action setup Vim. Give him true nightly. Claims to have it. Hmm. So let's ditch this. Just add this. Should work there. So Pandoc worked. This failed on Mac OS. Because it's apt get. So I think it canceled because the other one canceled. I heard it has 2 annotations. I think it was canceled because Mac OS waited failed. So I think that means Brick Mac OS. I mean, Fuck Mac OS as a commit message is kind of green. You know what I mean? CI lint. Run test. So stylistically, run test. Let's say run test. Huh? How is it failing? Home runner local. No such file or directory. It's on persistent spec. You can open this back up. Persistent spec 24. Failure message. Can't open file.
Nowadays I don't pray for shit, but for more strength. I know you waiting on me, twin. I keep a sore chest. A model ways to tell you what it is. I had to forget. It pains you got drift. There's no remorse left. But I guess you bound to hate the shit that you was force fed. That sour taste bitter. How I'm more best. I'm down to take a trip around my Corvette. To keep you close, I'm down the way it bit inside a torment. Sleep and smoke, I try and gauge my spirit, make it stormless. It's freezing cold. Loki been a minute since a warm test. Deeper holes, complicated feelings and ignore stress. But I'm the only victim of the warhead. Could be explosive. Gotta play the villain and mature friend. The Greek and toast. Gotta take a witness to this horse saying that each is cause I done did the mischief with my own hands. The separating living from the romance. Keep it rolling. By the chase this liquor with a slow jam. The dreams are getting rich.
Yeah, I forgot to change this part.
My future is music. I like music, and I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna keep on with music because I like music.
You seem to be quite hopeful. What do you think the future of your friends will be in this neighborhood?
Why the hell would it be in read only?
A lot of them will go to jail. Most of them will go to jail, and maybe some of them will become good people because some of my friends are good people and they go to school and everything. Some of them don't, but that's how it is. Some of your friends are good, some of your friends are bad.
All right, there we go. CI works.
Through the midlight blues, I just wish high. Every midnight, moody under dim light. You trying big Mike shoes, they don't fit right. Wish I could zip line to you, but I sit tight. Don't let this quit life fool you, I don't live right. Yeah, them big guys glued around your windpipe. You rather sit by, snooze, you the lick tight. I let it slip, slide, refuse to ever trip twice. Every nigga lie, I know every bitch bite. Just in the nick of time, they colors get bit bright. I'm money hypnotized, got me on a hitchhike. I'm money making, I was broke and seeing Mitch die. Fuck sympathizing niggas trying to rip minds. Nothing sacred, I ain't noticed, but I didn't try. Through the thickest trying, so I keep a split strike. Or what it take to pay it forward when it's mispriced. It ain't safe the way we going, just a pit dive. When I pray for God's empty tick ride. When I pray to mama, know she miss Mike. She my angel, know I got her on the flip side. I gotta thank you while I'm talking to the big sky.
Michael, gbogbo tó wá ṣe pátápátá mo ní kí ọdún yìí kó tó di January 31st Ọlọ́run á fi àmì ayọ̀ hàn ẹ́ Ọlọ́run á fi àmì ayọ̀ hàn ẹ́ ò ní rìn jọ́ tẹ́bí ń pọ̀nà ìgbà tí wọ́n bá wà ní kodò lórí ẹ̀ Ọlọ́run nítorí kodò lórí wa. May God bless you. Have a perfect sleep. I pray for you, my son. May you are blessed in the name of Jesus. Love you so much. Okay?
It's about bedtime, huh? This is pretty good so far. CI works. There's a not insignificant. It's like 1,000 line code base. Largely just tests. Excuse me. Excuse me. Alright. So that's all fun. The problem is the buffer doesn't do anything. So, I'm trying to envision this because you're going to want to have multiple pets, which implies a menu to select them, and you also don't want to have all of them instantaneously, which implies you almost birth them in a sense. And so that implies you can probably delete them as well. Oh, okay. What's a good place to start here? First concert I went to was Mike. Shout out Big Mike, man. On the right will be 2 bars. Hunger. Perhaps satiety. How do you say that, Jack? Satiety? Satiety?
Satiety.
Satiety? Bro, I've said that wrong my whole life. Satiety and happiness. Share the name and age in a nice way as well. Keep the UI clean. We'll also make a few we'll make mini later. Not now, but consider a menu for swapping the selected pet. Since there's a long list of pets, you'll have to you have to explicitly say you want to birth a certain pet. It's not just alive by default, getting unhappy and hungry. Okay. So also implies being able to later delete / reset pets.
Hey bro, I hope all is well. Just checking up on you.
I think that's all I was saying, really.
Conductor.
I'll give it about 8 bars until West Side Gun says something that makes me gotta turn the stream off. Conductor. Oh yeah, we heard that in the beginning. No, shout out the conductor, bro. Oh, this is interesting look, at least. Tamagotchi window. Alright, so we got some helpers here. So let's see if I support this. Actually, I very much like what I'm seeing here. Brackets with some pounds in them. That's like such a classic. So we should probably do the function parameters thing. You know what I mean? Like with param. What is it? Dude, I actually messed with my new GitHub setup so much.
Baby wanna touch, feel, live with a boy. I'm in the house in the hills, but it feel like a resort. Sports cars, 19th century chairs in the garage. I be getting high just to keep up with myself. What I come from, what I became, is the shit I think about. I was trying on route, had to find another route. Had to get my shit together before my mother put me out. Since I dropped, bitch can't keep my name out of mouth. Put that shit together, hit the road, high five. Spent some time away from her, but I never tell her bye.
Shut up, Patrick Antonius, bro. I actually met a person named after Patrick Antonius when I was in Latvia. Just a fun fact, you know? Alright, I'll go back and change it, but it's just, it looks kind of bad. Where's... So, ASCII bar is used. When rap, sure. It's deprecated. Alright, never mind. If not pet. Paint immediately. So this is more like a render in a sense. Oh, okay, so if you create it, you also want to render. Okay, that makes sense. It's an interesting bar there. I swear to go to last insert doesn't work that much. So if current, Windows valid, then close the window and then redo it. Okay. We have an update UI function. Oh yeah, okay. Mess with that. Where's close? Where's close at? I guess close. Yeah, it's just embedded in toggle at this point. I don't like this track. So close is deprecated, or just deleted at that point. So update UI, if not current, or not when valid, just dip. Then you build the UI lines. Cool. I've already looked at that, yeah, I'm cooked.
Then wrap the rope around my waist and jump from the roof as it explodes into a pile of rubble and doom.
I did that, right?
Trying to be a thug in front of the moon. And why you trying to pull the rug from up under the goon? I'm backstage doing nunchucks. Straight from Queens, baklava, baby, one love. Don't try to hit me with the fist pump, dog. I don't fuck with chipmunks. Acting like they shit don't stuck. I'm catching alleys off the backboard for a
Okay,
sicko
what's
duck.
that? Looks solid, looks solid. Alright, so that's what I was remembering. So value, max, how many characters the bar should be a total. Cool. Let's list of lines on the right side of the horizontal layout. List of lines? Sprite, get Sprite.
To my other spot, I'm Magna P.I. in this F.A. whoop down, but coulda took the other drive. I'm looking at Alcatraz, driving 2 miles per hour. Fix my hat, roll the window down, collect a couple thousand. Stop by the deli, she on the
Putting the Sprite, the name.
I'm somewhere out in Santa Cruz, hit the room, take a shower. A four and a nickel in the stash spot when I slide. Fingerprint is safe, it's a
Satiri.
when you look inside.
Satiri. How do you say that, Jack?
I'm a whole move, dozing off.
Satiety.
Satiety is crazy, dude. I've said that wrong for my whole life. So get satiety. That's not even gonna be the min, that's just gonna be what it is. I think it's already bounded, so it's just it's literally just pet. Yeah, satiety, it's already bounded.
Fucking fuego. Fire. Me gustó mucho este.
No pet provided. That's why we have the init.lua, homie. Init.lua. So here we go. Now we want window back. We just listen to this. Local window. It's to require tamagotchi.nvim.
Don't make me send my dog through there in the Yukon mask. Husky nigga hanging out the 2-door Benz. Bricking my daughter newborn bag. When they was scared to get it through the mailman, I went Utah Jazz. They said, Stove, you think you made it? How can I decipher? Just know I jumped in and killed. Bitch, I'm Roddy Piper. They love my album like I died. I'm 30 kilos high, I brought the stove alive. Then I dance on it. Last one had Hitler stamped on it. 24 karat gold pan jumping. 200 bands in the
Here you'd normally pick or load the selected pad from a manager.
shit was disgusting. I might sell my next shit for $1 million. Only 7 copies and I'm dead for real. So serious. Say your favorite rapper, I don't feel him. Tell the plug, the doors is off, it's time to fill up. Time to get it. If we make it home, we gon' kill him. Wins like this, woo. Feel like when the Pistons had Chauncey Billups.
So where's default pet used? Toggle and then here underscore g dot tamagotchi default pet.
Ain't that the word on the street?
Where's your pet?
Best shit.
Get that loader pet on now. Yeah, so this doesn't work anymore.
I told my people ain't no heaven to sick. These pains come with a strength. Each day come with a test. These days I'm trying to forget. I took 100 P's the east way. I'm trying to pay rent. I popped 100 pills with G-Way. Every day my B-day. I'm trying to get bent. I need a script, not scripture. Ma, I ain't trying to repent. Feels like these days, rapper only chance that we get. Trying to talk to God. She know I got problems for the lows. We getting high. Get some lows and break them down. And my shorty named the rental. I ain't even 25. I treat the whip like. Yeah. Я знаю, ты понимаешь, как мне плохо сейчас. И я почти себя убил, но ты пришла в нужный час. Ты знаешь больше обо мне, чем я сам представляю. И лишь тебя я как хорошее воспринимаю. Луна согреет и покажет нам с тобой, куда плыть. Она научит нас смеяться, ненавидеть, любить. Ты хочешь быть немного лучше, но со мной никак. Прости меня, что я такой мудак. Еще одну бессонную ночь я посвящаю тебе. Луна исчезнет во тьме, я останусь здесь жить, как нам надо, и я...
End, break, end, end, end here. If not, so if this not ever get updated, then end. If I'm here and I want to go up and enter. The ease of just writing this is insane. Like, even just copy pasting Jippity junk, just in typing it, you can just understand everything. What mode am I in? Yeah, I feel like I went one end too far. Oh, that's because of this. There we go. Can do this. It's what is it? Fusted test. So I don't even want to go to disk, actually. I just want to look at the default. No pet provided. No pet provided. How is there no pet provided? Because I don't call setup. It's because I don't call setup, homie. How does it work when you call setup? Do config and function? Do this, you config as a function and require DGI here's tamagotchi setup like that, yeah. And then it says nope. Undivided. Okay. Just want to have this so I can test. Must test. So let's see if we can figure out why it tested Windows back. So that's not passing because it's saying that there's no pet. That's my prediction, so. You still want to save it. You want to save all the pets. Tempted to call Git satiety in Windows. No value. Git satiety is no value. Satiety's right here. Nil type table. Doesn't return anything. So now he has clothes. Bro. Toggle it on the first time. No pet provided. Oh, there we go. He's aging. Okay, dope. Okay, that kind of works okay. Just this test. The toggle works. You should open a window and toggle the first time. I agree it should be toggle return and not open pad. That open doesn't return anything either. What the f? Alright, so that's been fun. Really good work. But it's my bedtime. I'm satisfied there. So, yeah, that was quite productive. Spamming with Jippity is actually not bad. Like, kind of fun. How do I get those file errors to pass? They're still there. There was a problem with that. What was the fix for that? Oh, I verified the directory exists. I'm gonna make some issues so I remember, so. Sub issue? That's brand new. That's new as of the last like 3 hours. The heck? Pretty good progress so far.
Satiate.
Satiate. Satiety. Satiate. Yeah, that's kind of weird how to fill up. We don't want to use this word that much, but that is like the right way to say it. Profile is just so dumb. Alright. It's time to go to bed, bro. Very fun stream. Just doing no work. Effectively just pure programming. I can get behind that. Gonna have to push the bedtime back a minute. So that was a casual little almost 4-hour stream just working on tamagotchi.nvim. Well done. I gotta do that tomorrow. Blin. And I need to do laundry. Dang, shut up my boy Kyle, bro. One sec. Oh hell no. Type shit. Oh hell no. 0 modern prospects is crazy. Alright, I'm about to shut this off. I'm about to take a shower and go to bed. Oh, what's up? Nah, shout out West Coast Toast, bro. Actually a legend. Clash Royale Bandit. Type shit. Nah, shout out West Coast Toast, man. Nah, I'm about to go to bed though in like 30 seconds. I got like a bedtime and such. On some responsible. It's like where's my charger at? Nah, I'm getting fucked. I'm actually getting freaking touched. Like, damn. I can pull up. I had an NVIDIA interview, and they asked me something that I only learned like 2 days ago, and I just got rejected. And it was like a few weeks ago, so I fumbled that. And then that's why I read this. I read my operating system textbook for like 7 hours on the very content that I missed, so it was just like kind of bad timing. Hour diff. What you mean? Hour diff. But no, I have no internships. I'm getting touched. And I even had some other price was trying to interview me and was like, okay. I gave them 2 weeks of literally 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Availability. And then they just didn't respond. I was like, I emailed the recruiter like, hello. And it just ghosted my ass. So yeah, I'm just fucked. Got a tick. Fuck is tick. The hell is tick? You got a question? Tick. And a probability probability is so random. What is a dude, what is tick? What the fuck is tick much? Bro, what is tick? TikTok? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. PhD type. Oh, okay. Wait, TikTok's kind of nah. They sniped you from your. They sniped you from what is it? What is it called? Comedy. Wait, what? Nah, they sniped you from Comedy Hub. Sniped you ass from Comedy Hub. Yeah, probability is so random. That's definitely some bullshit. But yeah, I don't know. I might just work at McDonald's or something. I probably won't work at McDonald's. I'd probably just work on open source or something. But it would kind of suck just to make $0 and have no experience. That's just a freaking blunder, dude. But yeah. How's like your college and junk? How's it? I guess you already had your first semester. You finished your first semester. That was your way in, actually? That's kind of dope. Nah, shout out Comedy Hub. I can't even watch anything on the app or on the website because of what I guess I can watch this now. It keeps trying to make me download the bullshit app. Nah, shout out Comedy Hub. Nah, I mess with it. Shout out Cop Action News. No, that's kind of neat. Work with you on what? I'd be down to work on something. I don't really care about TikTok. I don't really care about that. Bullshit classes in the sense that it's a waste of time. Are you in bullshit classes right now? I guess you probably are, yeah. RIP. Kind of liking EEE. Is that like electrical engineering? Triple E. Circuits, yeah, electrical engineering. Yeah, I mess with it. Nah, shout out. Yeah, I'm gonna. Damn, I'm retarded. Yeah, I had a electrical engineering class last semester, and I'm in a similar one now. Just kind of do. See you, man. Have a nice semester and shit. About to go to bed, about to eat. Yeah, good night, bro. Cut this shit off.